Prabhu, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare.
Hare
Rama.
তোমরা করো না করো সবাই পাখাও করে Prabhuji, see this in live on his Facebook, you know,
Mayapur TV.
Mayapur TV Facebook, Mayapur TV Facebook live from here the procession. Can you put on your remix? Yeah, Facebook. আমি এখন কোয়ালিটি ভালো বলে
আসছি সব ভাষা বলছি
আমি এরকম ভাষা বলি ও বাবু এদিকে সার্চ করে
बिहारी यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन जमुना तीर बनचारी जमुना तीर बनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन यमुना तीर बनचारी यमुना तीर बनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी
सभी भक्तों को जिन्होंने शोभा यात्रा का शोभा बढ़ाया और भगवान की विशेष कृपा और आशीर्वाद प्राप्त किया। सभी भक्तों से अनुरोध करता हूँ कृपा करके अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें। all the devotees, please be seated. Radha Madhava, Sri Mayapur, Krishna Prabhupad, let us speed up. Crowd shows up, the Christian culture. So we like to request all the devotees, please have your seat in that party. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol, please sit down. Please sit down, everyone. We like to request all the devotees, please have your seat. Shakale Bashur, Shakale Bashur, Bashur here. Please, everybody sit down. प्लीज जो पीछे भक्त खड़े हैं अपनी अपनी स्थान ग्रहण करें सवाई बसूर सकले बसूर कृपा करें सकले बसूर श्री राधा माधव मायापुर चंद्र and Sathari and Nityananda Padma all they are settled in all
I want to see the faces. Yeah. This is okay. But still I cannot see them who is sitting in front. How would I speak when I can't see? I need to see them. With their bow only I can speak. If I don't see them, I cannot speak. This side, Marco. Oh, it will be dark. They cannot see me. Okay, I cannot see them, they cannot see me. Yeah, this is better. I wanted to see all of them who are sitting there. This is better. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Name. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurani Charani Devi Sishasuyamadi Pashtaka Deshasha Ajala Mito Bujalo Kanakava Sangeeta Nilipitaro Kamalaya Dashu Vishwamaro Dudabaro Vidharmaparo Vande Jagat Priyakaro Karunavataro 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 Krishna Todiya Padapankaja Panjarantam Addeva Vishate Me Manasaraja Hamsa Prana Prayana Same Kapavada Pitto Kanta Varadana Vido Smaranam Kutaste Smaranam Kutaste Smaranam Kutaste Hare Krishna Srila Prabhupad K Shri Radha Madhava K Shri Mayapur Dham K. First, I would like to take the blessings of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, who was very instrumental in making this Mayapur happen for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Then His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj, who is here, Basu Ghosh Prabhu, we have Hriday Chaitanya Prabhu, Maharaj Sankarshan Prabhu, we have Mukunda Datta Prabhu, we have Janardhan Maharaj, Prabodhananda Maharaj, Vaishnav Maharaj, Jananivas Prabhu, we have Atmaram Prabhu, I got it this time, Atmaram Prabhu, we have Pancharatna Prabhu, Dharmatma Prabhu, Sadbhuj Prabhu, Madhavhari Prabhu, all the assembled Vaishnavas here today for the grand celebration of Pashata Desha Tarine, the 100th year celebrations today. Srila Prabhupada He met first His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada in Ultadanka Road. On Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada, he said to Srila Prabhupada, our Prabhupada, you are educated, English-speaking young man. Why don't you take this message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the Western world and preach? Our Srila Prabhupada told Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada ke! Aye, Prabhupada. Our Prabhupada told Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada, who will hear Lord Chaitanya's message? India is a dependent country. First, we need to get independence. We are under British rule. How can the Indian culture can be spread? After which, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, he said, Krishna consciousness doesn't depend on the political situation or who ruled. Krishna consciousness is important, is exclusively important. It cannot wait. It cannot wait. Then he said, whether one country or other ruled, it is a temporary situation. One power or the other one who ruled. Temporary situation. But Krishna consciousness is an eternal reality. And the real self is the spirit soul. Everyone is servant of God.
Jaya Radha
The real welfare work
Madhava
is to help a person to prepare for his next life and re-establish his relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Finally, he concludes, there has not been, there will not be anyone, the highest benefactor of the highest merit, like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers. Whatever benefit which they do is the eternal spiritual benefit. Eternal spiritual benefit. And that is what you see this temple of Vedic Planetarium, which our Srila Prabhupada was thinking day and night to establish this eternal spiritual benefit in Sridham, Mayapur, for the entire human race, so that they can come here, practice Krishna consciousness and spread Krishna consciousness to the entire world. This is Pashata Desha Tarine. With this introductory inspiration, the schedule for today's program from 11 to 1:30, we have glorifications of Srila Prabhupada in establishing Krishna consciousness all over the world, Pashata Desha Tarine. At 1:30 p.m., we will end the morning session with a feast, and we will assemble here for the evening session which starts at 4 p.m. and at 5 p.m. the grand Abhishek, Shri Radha Madhava, the 50th anniversary grand Abhishek. the Grand Abhishek, the 50th anniversary Grand Abhishek, the bell is ringing, will begin. From 5 to 7, the Grand Abhishek. After 7 to 8, further glorification by Ambrish Prabhu, Swaha Mataji and others on Zoom. At 8:15, we will cut the cake for the 50th anniversary, a grand, maha big cake. At 8:30 p.m., the session ends with a big feast. So now, our first speaker for today, who has helped us immensely. He wanted to see the temple of Vedic Planetarium be built. Every year during Kartik, we used to go to Vrindavan for collections. And every year without a blink of an eye, he would tell me, please collect for Mayapur, let this temple be built. Such a great supporter of Sridham Mayapur. Under the leadership of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, he's been initiated into sannyas. So we would like to call upon His Holiness Janardhan Swami Maharaj to speak a few words about this temple of Vedic Planetarium which we cherish in his heart, so that this temple can be built for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Janardhan Swami Maharaj Ki! Hare Krishna.
Om Gyanan Timirandasya Gyanan Gyana Salakaya Chaksurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Sri Radha Madhava Ki Astasakis Ki Sri Panchatattva Ki Guru Parampara Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So whenever I hear Brajabilas Prabhu speak about the temple of Vedic Planetarium, I can feel the urgency how this temple should be built as soon as possible, and we can see that it is actually being realized. The Temple of Vedic Planetarium, this Adbhut Mandir, actually is predicted by our acharyas, even by Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, and our Srila Prabhupada, how this temple actually will make a contribution towards the whole of humanity. One time, Srila Prabhupada was asked, is it true that a Vaishnava, a pure Vaishnava, can save the whole world? Like Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur? And Prabhupada says, yes. A pure devotee of the Supreme Lord can save the whole world from hellish condition. So he was asked again then why Srila Bhaktivinoda did not do it. Then Srila Prabhupada says that, well, he did not do it so that the credit will be given to you. That means to the disciples of Srila Prabhupada and to the grand disciples of Srila Prabhupada. So, this temple, we're very fortunate somehow that in our lifetime we'll be able to see how it is being realized and the whole world will come here, especially those who are seekers of truth and spirituality. The whole world will come here irregardless of their culture, nationality, creed, colors, or religion. The whole world will be given an opportunity to take part in the Sankirtan Yagya, the Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan. This prediction of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that the holy name will be heard in every town and village, and definitely it will give credibility in our movement, for our movement, the Hare Krishna movement, that we are not here out of sentimental values. This is genuine. The process actually works. It is a science, and everyone who will come here, they will witness the structure of the spiritual world and the material world, the different planetary systems. It'll be created for everyone to see in the highest caliber, state-of-the-art technology. And everyone in this temple room, it says that 10,000 people can chant the holy name of the Lord simultaneously. So, if it's purely done, then definitely the whole world also will give so much purification, because the transcendental sound vibration, if it chanted purely, it will circle the whole world. And we are very fortunate, and we are thankful, especially for the organizers of this, starting from Ambarish Prabhu and the directors of this special program, special project. They've been here since the very beginning. Brajabilas Prabhu, Sadbuj Prabhu, and the management of Srila Mayapur. So let's pray by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and the present spiritual masters and the Guru Parampara up to Lord Chaitanya and Lord Krishna, that actually will be able to have this temple of Vedic Planetarium as soon as possible, and hopefully in 2024. Nitai Gaur Premanande! Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Before our next speaker, we wanted to appreciate all those devotees who have sacrificed to build Sridham Mayapur. And before that, even without even announcing, I'm getting devotees who are dedicating to build this temple. They are signing the pledge cards. Please, you sign the pledge card today. We have gold, silver, and platinum, gold, silver, and bronze medals. which we would be announcing shortly. And your name will be announced, and you can come on the stage and receive your medallions today. So our next speaker for today, he is also from Vrindavan. A very great friend who helped us also to collect, not only in Vrindavan, but also through his contacts in Gujarat and other places. And he used to personally take me on a Govardhan Parikrama every time. Whenever I go to Vrindavan, I look for him, look out to him. Such a great supporter for this temple of Vedic Planetarium. He wanted to see this temple finished. So I would like to call upon now Bhakti Ashray Vaishnava Maharaj to speak a few words about this importance, how we all should get together and complete this temple on time for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Vaishnava Maharaj.
हरे कृष्ण गुरवे गौरचंद्राय राधिकाय तदालय कृष्णाय कृष्ण भक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः. We can see today the replica what will happen in 2024 in the grand opening. This is just a trailer, a sample of it. It's a huge structure, not yet finished, but so many devotees and Sri Radha Madhava, Prabhupada, such a huge kirtan, dancing. So today is almost opening session started. This piece of land where this huge structure, the TOVP is coming, we all are observing this year the 50th anniversary of the starting of Radha Madhava's worship here and this Bhajan Kutir, and also 100 years anniversary that our Acharya Srila Prabhupada, he got the instruction from his spiritual master in Calcutta, Oltedanga, Paschatya Desatarine. Many of you must have seen this piece of land where there was a park, and there were somewhere a pandal where always yajnas used to happen, many initiations, and all Gaur Purnima festival used to happen here only, this plot. And somewhere this corner, that chanting park was there, 108 Nama Yajna park was there. Center of attraction after Radha Madhava, then this was the center of attraction. This was predicted by the Lord and his dear devotees. So it will definitely come, it will manifest. But how the Lord will make it, we don't know. He will make it his own way, when and how he knows it. But anybody who is sacrificing in any way to this yajna, to this project, they will be noted down by their lordships. We can be the only nimitta. We are hearing that when 50 years before, with great difficulty, Prabhupada got this piece of land here in Antardip. This is a place of surrender in Navada Bhakti, Antardip, Atma Nivedan, and piece of land, and then this hut, cottage, and then slowly comes up that Padma Bhavan, lotus building, then Sankha Bhavan, then Chakra, then Gada, then Bansi, then Brooks Grantha, then Bansi, Isudyan, Gita Bhavan, what not, many Bhavans they are coming up. And in the beginning only Radha Madhava and Mayapur Chandra, then big Radha Madhava, two Sakhis, more Sakhis, then Narsingadev, then Garudadev, then small Panchatattva, then big Panchatattva. Now we can see in the here the replica here, the Guru Parampara also is going to come. So many things, slowly in due time it is coming up. This is the nature of the Supreme Lord. He wants to keep his followers, his devotees, to make them more eager and more eager, as much as Utkantha. Then he will finally appear. So we are waiting and waiting and waiting, and still we are waiting, and promise is there that in 2024 it will manifest, but who knows. Many of us have not seen the beginning, not the middle, but now we are here. We may not be there in the opening, we had to speak of in 100 years. Now we are observing 50 years of Mayapur, Sridham, Sri Radha Madhava Mandir. This is the worship place and headquarter of whole ISKCON movement. And this is, so we can say officially ISKCON is 50 years old now. Though Prabhupada has registered the society in 1966, 6 years before, 56 years, but officially now 50 years. So in 50 years, so much advancement, such a huge thing we can see here. So when it will become 100 years old, I am sure that many of us will not be there, but many of us will be there. The way advancement is happening, in 50 years you can see so many buildings, so many things coming up. So just we can imagine what will happen after 50 years more when we are observing the 100th anniversary. So keeping this in view, in this whole material creation, the most powerful energy is time, Kala Sakti. Nothing can stop it. It is going eternally. So keeping this in view, as much we can do, as much we can support, in any way we can do, we can help this glorious project to be completed in time that we can see it. And as everybody is saying that devotees and people from whole world can come here, get together, chant and dance. This is the place. That's why I was telling that from the land we can see many years, many yajnas, many kirtan, many festivals happened in this land. And this glorious project is coming up in this land. That was, when nothing was there, if ark was there, that was also center of attraction in each Gaur Purnima time and all that. So now also it is becoming center of attraction. Not only all the devotees, but it will become the center of attraction of the whole universe, whole world. This is temple of Vedic Planetarium. We have 14 planets. So, I don't know exactly how many floors are there, but I am thinking, imagining when it will be complete, when visitors will come, enter to this temple and go up, at least not Patala Loka, up Loka and Jamaloka and all these planets they will visit. When they will go out, they will definitely decide to shave their head and chant Harinam. Totally transformation of heart. This is not temple of Vedic Planetarium. This is the temple of heart transformation and mood attitude transformation. Nothing is there which can change the attitude, the behavior of the people. But this process, what our Acharyas has given and is coming up in such a way, I hope that this will definitely work to change the attitudes and change the hearts and thinking process of anybody who enter to this temple. When they will go out in a different mood, in different attitude. Definitely become Krishna conscious, at least Gaura conscious and Nama conscious. So, I can pray to everybody, those who are not here, those who are listening online. I request and pray that somehow or other we have to sacrifice. Many have sacrificed themselves. I have seen in this plot of land when there was small pandal, 20 years before, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj was speaking, and that year he left and he entered into his abode. He went to Prabhupada and he was glorifying how he himself was involved in getting this piece of land. I was there that year in 2002. He came and this small kirtan was taking place in his room now, kirtan mela. So everything is increasing. We used to see only one small prasadam hall in Sulabha building. Now so many big prasadam halls are there. So many things. So Lord knows when and how to do it. So when this whole Vedic Planetarium, the whole temple will manifest in a grand way, many grand things should happen before that. Many devotees, many things should come out. Then this thing finally come. This is the main project. So we may say that no, because of this COVID, because of this, because of that, but Gauranga Mahaprabhu knows, Radha Madhava knows when and how, in which way to bring it, to manifest it. Surely it will happen, because as the desire of the Lord Himself and His devotees, we have to wait for it. We have to become more eager, much more eager and more eager to see it and help it. In the helping, in this project, if we can sacrifice our everything, our life, that is our success. Hare Krishna. Sri Radha Madhava ki, Samveta Bhakta Vrinda ki.
Thank you, Maharaj. Temple of Vedic Transformation. Thank you very much for telling that. Yeah. We have all the Vrindavan Goswamis here. Padmanabha Goswami Maharaj, Atul Goswami Maharaj. Thank you for coming for this program. We have from Radha Damodar Temple, we have Karan Goswami, Purna Chandra Goswami Maharaj, we have Ashish Goswami Maharaj from Radha Raman Temple. They had specifically come here to celebrate with us the 50th celebrations of Shri Shri Radha Madhava. Give them a big hand. All the Goswamis of Vrindavan are here today. And we have also Namamrita Mataji from Mumbai. She has specifically come up here to celebrate with us. A great supporter of the Temple of Vedic Planetarium. Her father-in-law, late Srinaji Prabhu, he has done a wonderful service to this temple, to build this temple, a great contribution from them, from their family. So now we have many speakers and we have very less time. So if all the speakers whom I'm going to call, if they could keep it for 5 to 7 minutes so that others can also get an opportunity to speak. If you go a little bit over time, there will be a conch will be blown. Is there anybody who can blow the conch? You are blowing the conch? Oh, he'll ring the bell. That is very easy. So that it is not that you have to stop, but we wanted to keep your emotions with you so that you can speak later. We don't want anybody to stop, but we want to hold the emotions so that it can be addressed. We have a program tomorrow also, so it can be addressed in tomorrow's program also. So our next speaker for today, who has served Srila Prabhupada personally, he was the servant of Srila Prabhupada. He gave me a wonderful quote of Srila Prabhupada, which till today, I keep it close to my heart. He gave me that reference. He said, he sent me actually. Prabhupada said, anybody who helps to build this temple, Bhakti Vinod Thakur will personally come and take him back home, back to Godhead. He gave me this reference. It's not only for me, for all of you here today who have contributed to this temple, gladly, this statement of Srila Prabhupada holds true. I would like to invite now His Grace Hari Suri Prabhu to come and speak about Srila Prabhupada, the Pashata Desha Tarine Centennial, the 100th year celebrations to glorify Srila Prabhupada. Hari Suri Prabhu. Thank you for all your services. He is also in the executive committee for the Planetarium West Wing. Let us hear from him the mood which Srila Prabhupada wanted for this temple. Thank you.
Namaram Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschachadi Satarane Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Temple of the Vedic Planetarium ki jai. Gaura Premanandi. So there are many senior devotees to me. Please excuse my impertinence in speaking as I've been requested this stage in the program. I'll try to keep it very short. In 1976, I was fortunate to travel with Prabhupada quite a bit. And there was a lot of talk about the upcoming project. Sometimes devotees call it the Temple of the Vedic Understanding or Temple of Understanding. Prabhupada corrected them on a morning walk one time. He said, no understanding, Temple of Vedic Planetarium. So this TOVP, as we call it, has been a long time coming. It's like elephants. It took a long gestation period before they're actually born. So in 1976-77 especially, Prabhupada, having already built and opened the Krishna Balaram Mandir in Vrindavan, the work was going on to build the Juhu Beach temple, and Prabhupada then turned his attention to Mayapur, because Mayapur had always been on his main list of things that he wanted to achieve. He frequently brought up the topic of the planetarium at different times. One of those times was when Ambarish Prabhu was in Detroit. He tells this story himself. Srila Prabhupada was giving darshan, and there was just a few of us in his room. And at one point, Prabhupada mentioned Mayapur to Ambarish Prabhu, and Ambarish confessed that he'd heard about Mayapur, but he'd never been here. And then Prabhupada told him, why don't you help to finance this? So Ambarish, surrendered soul that he is, immediately agreed. And later on, Prabhupada started giving more specific instructions about what he wanted here in Mayapur. The temple itself at that time was being muted. It would be 350 feet high, and there would be a city of 50,000 people. That was one of the ambitions that Prabhupada had. In 1977, unfortunately, Prabhupada passed away. We had to adjust the plans that we had. The GBC had met in March of 1977, and under Prabhupada's instruction, they had formed a 10-man committee with each GBC man assigned a particular task for building this Mayapur project. Unfortunately, as I say, Srila Prabhupada left us in November of 1977. The plans that we had for building Mayapur were put on hold because then we had to build Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi first. So that took some years. Since then, there's been many attempts to design this Mayapur city. It's still going on, the design work. But gradually, as Prabhupada once told one of his godbrothers in 1974, that this is what we want to do. And now, when Lord Chaitanya will be pleased, then it will occur. So, I don't know whether Lord Chaitanya is pleased or not. I'm not that advanced, but at least it appears that he's giving his blessings now for this project to come up and be what Srila Prabhupada wanted it to be. I'll give a short story about why it's important to have this Vedic planetarium inside a temple. It seems like an odd combination of devotion and science. So there's one of our devotees, Adbhuta Hari Prabhu from Slovakia or Slovenia, Croatia, that area, I forget now. He had gone to a convention which was advertised as Vedic cosmology, and many people were invited, speakers. They were very excited about there being this attempt to bring the Vedic literature further and further to the forefront. The convention that he went to was specifically for Vedic astrology and astronomy. So at that time, many of the speakers were mentioning about the Surya Siddhanta, how important that was and how they had discovered many parallels between the information given in the Surya Siddhanta and modern Western astronomical calculations. So at one point, a speaker wanted to talk about the Puranic view of the universe. We have the Siddhantic view from Surya Siddhanta, but there's also other literatures, particularly the Puranas, that give descriptions of some of the planets, the distances, etc. So this particular man, he got up, he began to speak about what he thought was Vedic cosmology, and he took the stance that the descriptions in the Vedic literature were simply mythology. He even described that Brahma was the name of a particular bug or insect, just like we've got the COVID virus. So he was claiming that the descriptions of the demigods, the descriptions of their abodes, this is all some mythology, and the names of the demigods are simply names of different bugs in the universe. So it made us realize the importance of this project, because in the Puranas, and particularly in the Bhagavad Purana, the descriptions are there, the view of the universe. In fact, in the fourth canto, chapter 29, verse 69, there's a description there where the speaker says at the very beginning of that chapter that this view of the universe is the way that God sees the universe. It's purely theistic, and in order to see it properly, you have to see it in the same way that God sees it. So that's a pretty difficult task to manifest. We're not claiming that we can see the universe as God sees it, but at least we can accept it on the basis of the Shastra. So what we've been trying to do is to meld this idea that Prabhupada gave about a Vedic planetarium and present the fifth canto, which is perhaps one of the most impenetrable sections of the Bhagavad Purana, present that so that the common man can get a proper idea of the spiritual universe and the material universes. So we have a big task ahead of us. It's not easy to understand the Bhagavatam. Somehow or another we have to make our best efforts, and the rest will come from Prabhupada and Krishna. So this is Prabhupada's challenge. I was just reading the other day a pamphlet that Prabhupada took with him when he left the Calcutta docks in 1965 for his first trip overseas. And in that pamphlet that he was going to hand out to whoever he met when he arrived in America, that pamphlet Prabhupada described that he was going to present the scientific view of the life. He was going to make a scientific presentation of God. So when Prabhupada arrived in America at that time, in April of 1966, there was an article, front page coverage of Time magazine, which is, everybody knows Time magazine. So the front cover was very simple. Is God dead? That was the theme of the main article. Is God dead? So later on, when Prabhupada started preaching in the Tompkins Square Park and other places, then another reporter, he wrote that some of us think that God is dead, but this Swami is showing us that God is very much alive, and he's chanting and dancing. So that conviction that Prabhupada had is expressed in this Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. He wanted to challenge the materialistic view of the universe. He wanted to establish the view of the universe as given in the Bhagavad Purana. So that's our task. We've been going on for many years, so probably continue on. But we'll definitely get the blessings of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for whatever help and support that we can give to this project. So we'd like to invite all of you to help this project manifest. We're not building anything. What's being built is being built by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So all of the devotees of Lord Chaitanya will become happy and fulfill our purpose when we can manifest this Adbhut Mandir. We're seeing the structure, but what makes it different is the life within it. In Delhi, around the corner from our East of Kailash temple, there's one group, the Baha'is. They built a very wonderful looking temple like a lotus flower, and when you go in and visit the place, the first thing that they tell you is don't make a sound. Yeah, it's a place for meditation. Don't make a sound. So everything's dead silent, like a graveyard. Whereas just over the hill, we have our ISKCON center. It may not be as wonderful a construction as what the Baha'is have, but the one thing that it does have is life. Sound vibration, sound of the holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That's life. Krishna is the soul within the heart of every living being. So we have to try and please the Lord as much as we can by always chanting Kirtaniya Sada Hariyi 24 hours a day. That's the purpose. And if one chants Chaito Darpanamarjanam, the heart becomes cleansed. When the heart becomes cleansed, then we can also see the universe as God sees it, by God's grace. So I'll finish at this point. There's a lot we can say. But I want to particularly thank the construction crew, the managers, for their endeavors, and all of you, all of us, minute living beings. But our saving grace is this Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. So thank you all very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Arisuri Prabhu. We welcome His Holiness Sivarama Swami Maharaj and Devamrita Swami Maharaj to this program of Pashata Deshadarine Centennial. Give them a big hand. That specifically come to this program to address us. Now, we wanted to honor all those devotees who have supported us, who have sacrificed, a great sacrifice, and give them a medal, a medallion. So, we would like to call upon few devotees to get the medallion. We will start with Sivaram Maharaj, Devamrit Maharaj, and all the Goswamis who had come from Vrindavan. We have Ashish Goswami Maharaj, we have Purnachandra Goswami Maharaj, we have Karan Goswami Maharaj. Please come on stage. We would like to honor you. His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj, Bashi Ghosh Prabhu will handle the medallion for your support. They'll get an offer. Shivaram Maharaj, if you can come on stage. Devamrit Maharaj, you can come on stage. We are offering you the medallion and you can also offer to others. Everybody gets a medallion today for their great service to Srila Prabhupada in keeping the Sankirtan movement alive. Ambrish Goswami Maharaj, please everybody come on stage. They had come at the last minute invite. They had come on this request to celebrate the 50th anniversary with us. Yeah. Now Devamrita Swami Maharaj is getting this medal for his great service to Srila Prabhupada for the past almost 50 years. Thank you, Maharaj. Shivaram Maharaj, another great general in Srila Prabhupada's army, getting this medallion in the service, dedicated services, and he's one of the greatest supporter for the temple of Vedic Planetarium. Every year he tells his yatra that we have to pledge and give and send the temple of Vedic Planetarium at least $100,000. Please give him a big hand. And Devamrita Maharaj, Lokanath Maharaj is saying, reminding me, Devamrita Maharaj is another great supporter. One devotee had given $1 million to him to use it anywhere else. He said, no, we have to build the temple of Vedic Planetarium. Give it to them. Please give him a big hands. Amrish Goswami, and we have Karan Goswami Maharaj, we have Purnachandra Goswami Maharaj, we have Ashish Goswami Maharaj from Vrindavan. Please. Shivaram Maharaj and Lokanath Swami Maharaj, Basu Ghosh Prabhu will give this medallion to honor them that come here to celebrate the 50th anniversary program with us. This is Karan Goswami Maharaj from Radha Damodar Temple. Purnachandra Goswami Maharaj from Radha Damodar Temple, sorry. We have Ashish Goswami Maharaj from Radha Raman Temple. We have a friend of Ashish Goswami Maharaj, Manish ji. Let's have a photograph here. We would like to call Padmanabh Goswami Maharaj and Atul Goswami Maharaj also for a photograph session here so that we can Give me 1 sec. They are also coming. Oh, 1 second. I would like to also invite Namamrita Mataji here, one of the great supporter she has done. She can also come and join the photograph session. Jai! Srila Prabhupada Gai! Srila Mayapur Gai! Shri Radha Madhava 50th anniversary celebration Gai! Mic is inbuilt. We can. Please stand. Please. Is it being covered? Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thanks for coming. It's a great support and honor. बहुत अच्छा लगा. Hi. Now I would like to call few children here. Tapta Kanchana, Radhika Devidasi, Chatur Akula, Drishti Saha, Tita Devdas, Sankarshan Saha. They are from the school. And they are from BVNS SMA school. For their academics, for the academic qualification and spiritual qualification, good behavior and Krishna conscious behavior. So let us give a big hands to all the students, the future of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Let us give them a big hands. Let us appreciate them. Give all of them a medal. Haribol, give them a big hands. BVNS and SMIS together. All our school children, good grade, good marks, and dedicated to Srila Prabhupada and his mission. Thank you. Let's clap louder. Let us show appreciation for all these devotees, the future of ISKCON. Who will do something great for Srila Prabhupada. So now I would like to call upon the next speaker. As I said, when we went to his temple, before that, I would like to call Bhakti Purushottam Swami Maharaj for a dedicated 43 years of service in Shida Mayapur. I just saw him to receive this medallion for his great service and support to build Shida Mayapur through the vision of Srila Prabhupada. In the vision of Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Purushottam Swami Maharaj, under the guidance of His Holiness Jayapatak Swami Maharaj, worked tirelessly to support Srida Mayapur. Bhakti Purushottam Maharaj. Bhagavat Maharaj is here? Oh, he's here. Please, Bhagavat Maharaj also the great book distributor, keeping the Sankirtan mission alive. We have. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Thank you very much. In spite of his poor health, he has undergone a surgery, but still he had come. Bhagavat Maharaj, our Sankirtan. Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. So, our next speaker, as I said, we had been to his temple. And this is the only temple I saw where he had kept the temple of Vedic Planetarium, a 3D model, a picture, a portrait behind Srila Prabhupada, huge. When we went with Lord Nityananda Paduka, he made the mold of the Lord Nityananda Paduka and kept it in his altar and is worshipping. All the devotees of this temple are worshipping Lord Nityananda Paduka. Today he is here in this altar also here. And as I said, every year he makes sure that the Temple of Vedic Planetarium gets what he has pledged, and he wanted to see this temple opened very soon. When we are building the Pujari floor, he saw the kitchen, he said we have to make it better. And he remodeled it and paid for the entire kitchen in the Pujari floor. So I would like to invite His Holiness Sivaram Swami Maharaj to speak about Srila Prabhupada and the Temple of Vedic Planetarium, and also inspire all of you to dedicate to build this temple. His Holiness Sivaram Swami Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. It's not that loud after all. I guess everyone can hear. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Riti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauruvani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanan Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Dear Vaishnavas, Maharajas, distinguished Goswamis, and other devotees that I can't see individually anymore, but I can see that you're here. And of course those devotees who are watching from abroad, overseas. Hare Krishna. Thank you. If you don't mind, I may take that off. Just, I may start sneezing. And it's a real privilege and honor to be here. Although I've been here in Sridham Mayapur for quite some time, after all, it's our home. And very recently, His Holiness, well, not so recently, some time back, His Holiness Devamrita Swami Maharaj also arrived. And he was, well, he's always fired up, but he was especially enthusiastic, enlightened, effulgent, and when I asked him what it was all about, he said, "This was the greatest spiritual experience I've had in my Krishna consciousness." And that just really got me going even further. What was that great experience? And he said, well, I went to Ultadanga. And I saw the renovations that have been taking place, went up the stairs to the exact space where Srila Prabhupada had met Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and received that first order to take message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and preach it all over the world. Anyway, maybe he can elaborate further. He's much more animated than I am. I lived in the UK for too long to be too extroverted. But he was just, he said, you can feel the vibration. It was all there. It was so overwhelming. And we're celebrating that very same overwhelming, extraordinary event in which is a very amazing phenomenon, that when you're meeting a stranger who hasn't even gotten up off the floor to offer you his respects, and you're already giving him a life mission. So of course there's a lot that the eye doesn't see. There's more there than meets the eye between two such extraordinary associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Radha Krishna who are meeting together, and how Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur saw in Srila Prabhupada, now here's that person who I can actually give this message to. And at later meetings, he acknowledges, well, he will do the needful in due course of time. And of course, Srila Prabhupada did. I don't want to go into all of the extraordinary wonders that Srila Prabhupada achieved, that you all know. But within this instruction, which Srila Prabhupada again received in 1936, 14 years later, as His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was leaving this world, that the seat of this temple of Vedic Planetarium was within that instruction, as was Srila Prabhupada's printing of books, of course, writing the books, producing them, translating them, printing them, distributing them, inspiring devotees to do that service, establishing temples all over the world, and on and on and on. Everything in that one seed. And we're celebrating that seed at the present time, the receiving of that beej, just as in the same way this whole creation, this whole material world really just starts off as a seed, which is very similar to the way, for instance, a man and a woman conceive a child. Within a seed is that adult child, or within a small seed is an entire banyan tree. It's just a matter of time. And Temple of Vedic Planetarium, like everything else that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wanted to see done, Sridham Mayapur, Navadvip Mandala Parikrama, Varnashrama, it is now manifesting. And I remember back in 1977, 78, 79, and a few years still thereafter, I had a very close relationship with Surabi Rabipalayantam Swami, my good friend Surabi, who has passed away not that many years ago. And he used to talk about Srila Prabhupada's instructions on building the TOVP. At one point we were staying in Mayapur, in Dallas, Texas, and he had this model of Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi, Mayapur Samadhi. And it had not been built at that time, and it was. He always had this sort of attachment for octagons. If you notice in Juhu Beach, the guest house is octagon, and so we got into a little bit of a argument. I said, "Why does everything have to be in an octagon? Why does it have to be 8-sided?" And but he was talking, "Well, don't worry." And he had this other plan, which later on he showed here, which had actually 108 domes. I think we saw that in 1976. It was, or maybe 77. It was just outside of the Lotus Building, and then later on he was talking about it to us in his office, which was one of the rooms in what are now what is the wall, what are the shops. That's where we used to live when we came in Mayapur. There was nothing else. And he pointed out, Srila Prabhupada has this phenomenal concept. Every time I talk to him about this temple of Vedic Planetarium, it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And well, I don't know if you can get any bigger than this. I mean, in theory, I guess you could. But we may end up building pylons all the way down to the lower planetary systems to hold it up. And this building is not just a building. I think I had made this point before, quite some years back, that next door is meant to be the presentations that will actually show, and of course here as well, with the dome and Gop Kumar ascending, to actually show what the structure of the universe is, because the importance of actually being able to confirm the validity of the Vedic, and especially of Srimad Bhagavatam's vision for what the universe looks like. It's not just a planetarium. It's not just about a planetarium. It's about actually protecting the tattva and the siddhanta of Srimad Bhagavatam. Because in the 5th canto, Shukadev Goswami dedicates a lot of time to describing what the universe looks like, which to general mass of people, and especially scientists, those people who were Srila Prabhupada's favorite target. This is just all dreaming. This is phantasmagoria. It's more than just a dream world. It's like impossible. But if that's not something that you can prove, then what about everything else that's in Srimad Bhagavatam? And what about Krishna's own person, himself? So it can't be that some things in the Bhagavatam are correct and something else is not correct. Therefore, the whole presentation of cosmology and what actually the structure of the universe looks like, this must be able to be proven and shown. And really that was Srila Prabhupada's showcase over here. It is something that modern science, if they see that, other things they'll have very difficulty in challenging. But this certainly they do, because they've already got a whole vision of what the universe looks like, or what they think it looks like, or what it looks like a new picture of what it looks like every second or third day. So TOVP is really a preaching tool. It is, when I look at it, I always see a big shoe. For me, it's the shoe with which Srila Prabhupada wanted to kick the scientists in the face. He says, kick them in the face with boot. It was one of Prabhupada's very famous statements, I never heard such a statement before when I came to Krishna consciousness. Never thought of kicking anyone in the face with a boot. But Srila Prabhupada kept repeating it over and over and over again, kick them in the face with boot. Because they are the gurus of today's world, and they're the ones who are actually leading the entire world today into a realm of materialism. So the building of this temple is extraordinarily important for all of us. It affects us. It is a root. The roots of its success stretch out to all of our temples everywhere. Because if there's there's a weakness in terms of our presentation of spiritual life, that will be known everywhere and will affect us all. And at the same time, if it is presented soundly in a way that's acceptable, even in scientific circles, at least as a plausible alternative to their universal view, worldview, then we have stronger foundations to stand on. And it is one project which, as of course you've heard, Raja Vilas Prabhu, I don't know why he uses a loudspeaker. He doesn't really need one. But Raja Vilas Prabhu keeps emphasizing is that we need to build this temple. By we, I mean all those who are followers of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's not just ISKCON's project, it's everyone's project. Everyone who wants to serve the mission of the Panchatattva, who are standing here and going to be standing here also pretty soon. It's something that really unites ISKCON. Sure, we have our own deities elsewhere. We have our own temples. We have our own book distribution. We have our own food distribution. We do so many things that are all the same, but we don't do one thing that we all do together. And this is one project that really brings us together and shows that we are a united society. Are we a united society? Are we unitedly bringing it? And of course, Ambarish Prabhu was the real inaugural spirit that set TOVP in motion. But you know, fundraisers well know, and temple presidents well know, it's never good to give everybody all their money for their project. They gotta share and bring it in themselves. And true to form, if this is actually ISKCON's project, then it should be the responsibility mainly of the society and not the burden of one person. And yet, COVID, unfortunately, has really put a spanner in the works and slowed down. Naturally, it has hit the ability of our society and individual devotees and supporters to be able to donate. But as Rajavilas Prabhu has mentioned, in Hungary we've tried to keep TOVP a priority. And we eat. We haven't cut back in our eating. We haven't cut back in a lot of things. We're not freezing over there either. We're paying our heating bills, although those may be shut off pretty soon. There may not be any gas to heat with. But nonetheless, we pay TOVP. We give our annual contribution because it's the basis. It's the transcendental formula which will make the whole society grow. That Lord Nityananda had already predicted. And not only it will make ISKCON grow, but in the world that we're living in today, right now, at the present moment, as I'm talking, devotees are fleeing from different temples in Ukraine, and there's this extraordinary destruction that's taking place over there. It's something that we need to keep in our prayers, keep those Vaishnavas in our prayers, and keep all of those people who unfortunately are suffering. But if we want to prevent global catastrophe, and if we want to see the real golden age of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu come up, then certainly we have to do everything that we can in order to build TOVP. And as Srila Prabhupada would often say, Srimati Radharani is not poor. Krishna is not a poor man. If Krishna wants to give, he'll give. And I just saw this example. I spoke yesterday to my GBC. Sounds great standing here talking about my GBC. That's Radha Krishna Prabhu is my GBC. I'm not the GBC anymore. And he was telling me that in the space of the last 1 week, we had for our food distribution program, which was for both the refugees as well as for especially the mostly Indian students who were fleeing Ukraine. I'm just trying 20 divided by 30 is 40. We received just $40,000 in donations. We barely even started fundraising, and people just poured in money. It just came. The extraordinary, and that over there is worth quite a bit more. Money will come. So will prosperity come. So will everything else that we need, because Lord Nityananda is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and they will provide. The question is, do we have that faith? And we need to have that faith. Sometimes I think, well, I just don't have. I can just give a little later when we have a little more, when we can more easily afford it. But if we make that effort, and of course this is sort of a general philosophy that one always preaches to donors. You may not think that you have it, but if you give anyway, you will see that you will get it, because Krishna will give. Yogakshema Bahami Aham. So there won't be any shortage. So my plea is to devotees here, especially devotees who are not here but who are watching and who are hearing, please do your might to support this Temple of Vedic Planetarium. I think there's a lot more that could be done. Particularly I'm addressing the temples, because most of the donations, as far as I know, come from devotees, patrons, donors, and so on. He's gone. And only a few temples systematically, regularly give. When I say that the Hungarian Yatra gives on an annual basis, that means I also give from my Dakshina. Devotees throughout the Yatra give, and I'm just surprised at how, we're not talking about New York, I'm talking about a poor country. It's not a wealthy country. But nonetheless, devotees are giving, so temples can also be giving on a regular basis. We have supposedly 1,000 temples around the world, temples, farms, etc. Each all of those temples just gave $1,000 on a yearly basis. Of course, if those who are already giving more, then keep doing that. That also adds up. 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000. So that's 1,000,000 more than that is coming in now. And the Lord will reciprocate. So please serve this mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Yogakshema Vahami Aham. Jijatamam Prapadyante Tam Stitaiva Bhajami Aham. And of course, the real prosperity will be in the prosperity of that Krishna Prema Pradayate that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had come to give. And ultimately, we need as much mercy and as much recognition as we can get, and help to manifest this boot of Srila Prabhupada. As Prabhupada told His Holiness Swarup Damodar Goswami that you just defeat the scientists, you defeat Darwin evolution, and that is how you're going to manifest your Manjari Swarup. It's a different type of bhajan that people are used to, but ultimately the results of bhajan are all coming from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. It's wonderful being here. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. TOVP ki jai.
Thank you so very much, Maharaj. Before our next speaker, I would like to call upon Dharmatma Prabhu, who has pledged a silver coin for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, $3,000, 2 lakhs to build this temple of Vedic Planetarium, to come on stage and get his medallion. Dharmatma Prabhu and his wife, good wife. Please, both of you come on stage. Shivaram Maharaj and Devamrita Maharaj would hand over you this medal, silver medallion. I would like to call upon few devotees who have dedicated their lives in establishing Sridham Mayapur. Before that, we have Sharan Priya Das and Achyuta Vijaya Devi Dasi to come on stage. They are pledging $2,000, 1.5 lakhs for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. So we would like to call here, I'm not saying that, Sumadur Prabhu, we have then Achyuta Arjun Prabhu, Gaura Hari Prabhu. Can you please, whoever I have to receive, can you come on stage so I can see? I couldn't see, there is a light here. Murali Mohan Prabhu, Manmohan Prabhu. Who's that? Madan Gopal Prabhu, Adi Gopal Prabhu, Gaurari Prabhu announced. So please come on stage quickly so that we can do the honors for your great service. I also would like to call Narahari Prabhu from Mumbai. He is our great supporter. He would receive medallion. He will receive 3 medallions. One for Brajahari Prabhu, one for Bhima Prabhu, and one for himself. Such a great support, Juhu Temple, all these years. Give them a big hands for all those devotees who are coming up on stage. The Juhu Temple, a great support to build this temple of Vedic Planetarium. Whenever we run out of money, I directly go to Juhu Temple and get a check. Anandavardhan Prabhu, a great support. Please come on stage. Okay, that is security, we can do it later. These are great devotees who have dedicated their lives to establish Sridham Mayapur as Srila Prabhupada wanted. So give them a big hands. Yeah, 3 in 1. Thank you. Huh? No. Later, after this. So now, the next speaker, as I said, that one of his disciples had $1 million and asked Maharaj, can you use it anywhere else you wanted? He said, now, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. But he said, I don't want to use this money anywhere. I only wanted to use to build the temple of Vedic Planetarium for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. And he told his disciple, give this money to the temple of Vedic Planetarium. Let this temple be built. So I would like to invite His Holiness Devamrita Swami Maharaj to speak a few words. After which we have Sachinandan Maharaj on Zoom. His Holiness Devamrita Swami Maharaj. Okay.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. His Holiness Shivaram Maharaj was speaking about my reaction upon visiting the place where Srila Prabhupada received an apparently impossible order. In order to, so that we can understand how extraordinary that transmission of instruction from Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur to our Srila Prabhupada, how extraordinary it was, we need to briefly remember the situation in India at that time. And externally, Prabhupada had adopted to a certain extent that attitude in India at that time, which was totally political. Prabhupada was wearing khadi, as requested by Gandhi, as a demonstration against the British Raj. Anyone in India who was intelligent was fixated on independence, political independence. It was the fever in the air. You can just understand the young Srila Prabhupada hearing this impossible train of thought and speech coming from Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. As Srila Prabhupada describes the situation himself, he was humbly making counterpoints. Yes, to the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but first is politics and political independence. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta continued to make his point that bhakti is so important, it supersedes, it surpasses all other considerations. So the mission impossible began right then and there. And again, I'd like to stress that we think about how incredible it was from the ordinary point of view for Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur to speak like that amidst the ocean of political agitation and desires for political independence. Here is Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur going totally against the flow. And so you can trace our ISKCON Mission Impossible spirit back to this moment. Through the parampara comes the order as well as the impetus and facility for executing that order, even though when using our material intelligence, that order seems outlandish, more than impossible. We have such a special opportunity looking at this temple and how it's progressing. We have an opportunity all over the world, the ISKCON world, to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's impossible request. And it's almost done. Just the fact that we are this far is inconceivable. And we can be sure that a special energy, the internal potency, will descend upon us as we participate more and more in terminating, finishing this fulfillment of Prabhupada's desire. I myself, in my attempt at devotional service, had the experience of at least one time participating in an impossible request. Not request, demand from Srila Prabhupada. I was part of the famous BBT Chaitanya Charitamrita Marathon. And let me explain to you on this anniversary celebration of the order coming from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to Srila Prabhupada, let me explain to you that what Srila Prabhupada asked us to do made no material sense. Yet, it happened. We were so far behind in keeping up with Prabhupada's translation work. We were giving him one new book every 6 months. And he was not pleased. Feeling his transcendental wrath, the BBT managers huddled and came up with a magnificent plan how to increase the speed of book publication 6-fold. Talk about double it? No. 6 times increase. And when this was presented to Srila Prabhupada on the morning walk, he refused to accept it. He insisted on something that anyone with a managemental brain would know. This is more than impossible. This is something the brain can't even process. But Srila Prabhupada planted his feet, planted his cane, and said he wanted all the books. Not only Chaitanya Charitamrita, but the 5th canto Bhagavatam too. He wanted it all done in 2 months. Try to understand the reaction of the mind of his young disciples. They had all night to be stunned. And then in the morning they started to come up with plans how to do this. And what could you say to Srila Prabhupada? Where could you run? Where could you go? You couldn't tell him, I think we'll find a Siksha guru. Because Prabhupada was the all in all. And who would want to leave his lotus feet? An extraordinary energy descended once devotees decided, although we can't figure out how this makes sense, we're going to push ahead anyway. It's like if your guru tells you, you see this stage? This is an ocean. Well, wait a minute, this is a platform made of wood, it's quite obvious. No, this is an ocean, swim. This is how inconceivable. I'm trying to convey to you how inconceivable Prabhupada's order was, especially to anyone managementally inclined. So this is our inheritance, these kind of missions. And yet you see it happening. Here we are at the almost finished TOVP. if we can all come together and just finish it, how pleased Srila Prabhupada will be. He always wanted his ISKCON to demonstrate Herculean tasks. And of course, to accomplish a Herculean task means we have to be more Krishna conscious. And to be more Krishna conscious means we meditate even more on the instruction and order of our founder Acharya and how we can play a part in executing that instruction and those orders. Sometimes people say, and yes, our own devotees can say, in times like this, with climate change threatening us, nuclear war, political commotion, economic complexity, what will finishing this temple do? This argument goes way back. And Srila Prabhupada basically gave that argument to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. There's no doubt that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is who he is. But Prabhupada was making the point. Who will listen unless we get the material environment sorted out first? But Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wouldn't accept that. I'm remembering one statement by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur in the daily newspaper, Nadia Prakash, which had as its banner, the only spiritual daily newspaper in the universe. Devotees were very ambitious. And there's a statement by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur that you should know Kali Yuga is behind all the apparent problems of the world. Kali Yuga is the culprit that is always deceiving us. And that deception is going on behind all the apparent social, political, economic problems. By finishing this temple, we are watering the tree at the root, and we're also attacking the problem at the root. By finishing this temple, we'll all become more Krishna conscious. Why? Because we're acting together to fulfill the desire of our founder Acharya. The more we do that, the more everything else becomes clear. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. I was waiting for His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj to honor this one very important personality. Of course, two. First, I'm going to tell the first one. A very important personality without which this temple could not be built. He got all the permissions to build this temple. So let us invite His Grace Satatanya Prabhu on stage to get a medallion for making it possible for Srila Prabhupada. The golden medallion. Give him a big hands. And the next, I wanted to invite all this procession, what we see, the grand procession, the elephant procession which we see, it would not be possible without the help and support of Hirmati Mataji, a great supporter of Sridhar Mayapur, keeping the festival alive. Let us invite Hirmati Mataji to receive a medallion. And I missed one very important personality. I thought when I called him to speak, I wanted to say that he should receive the medallion, but I didn't. Please forgive me. Harishori Prabhu, please come on stage and receive your medallion for your great service to Srila Prabhupada, a dedicated service. a great servant of Srila Prabhupada. Where is the medallion? From His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj would give this medallion to all these devotees, and Lokanath Maharaj also can assist in giving this medallion. So I would like to call Sham Sundar Anand Prabhu, Jayananda Prabhu, Subal Hari, Janapriya Prabhu, Nirmal Chaitanya Prabhu, Murari Gupta Prabhu, and Ramanipati Prabhu on stage. Ramai Pandit and Ramanipati Prabhu, both of them, on stage to get their medallions for their valuable service to Sridham Mayapur. Please give them a big hands. And I also wanted to call upon all these devotees who have pledged. ISKCON Thane, His Grace Revati Ramandas Prabhuji, doing a bronze medallion for $2,000. Shri Bhuvaneshwar Prabhu, Bhokta Madhav Das Prabhuji, $2,000, 1.5 lakhs. Arun Datta Prabhu, $2,000, 1.5 lakhs. Vishnu Pada Kamaladas Prabhuji, 1.5 lakhs, all silver medallion. All those devotees, bronze medallion. All this bronze medallion for all these devotees who have pledged. Sahishnu Krishna Das Prabhuji and family, they are doing a gold medallion, $5,000. Please give them a big hands. And Chaitanya Haridas Prabhuji, he is doing a $5,000, a gold medallion for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Please give them a big hands. All of them, please come. Please take your respective medallion. Tell what you have done and they'll give you. So I also would like to call upon Kashinath Day for external support to help ISKCON in initial days. Please come on stage, get your medallion from His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. All those bronze medallion devotees, this is the time to take your pledge and fulfill your pledge. You have 2 years to fulfill your pledge. Please, pledge today. On the 50th anniversary of Sri Radha Madhava. The next devotee who would I like to invite, who has done a great service in building this temple, a great invaluable service. The whole superstructure was built by him. Every day, dedicatedly, he thinks how this temple should be built. He is none other than His Grace Sadbhuj Prabhu. We call him on stage for his great service to Srila Prabhupada in building this temple of Vedic Planetarium. A vision into reality. We would also like to invite some of the dedicated devotees who have given their life in collecting money for this temple, keeping the accounts, so that this temple can be built as soon as possible. I wanted to invite Her Grace Raseshwari Mataji. She keep all the accounts. Radha Mataji. If Raseshwari Mataji is not there, Ganga Prabhu can come and take the medallion on her behalf. Please come on stage. They keep this temple alive, keep all the accounts together. A great help, Raseshwari Mataji and Radha Madhava Mataji doing a great sacrifice to build this temple. And our husband Ganga Prabhu is receiving the medal on behalf of Raseshwari Mataji. Please give them a big hands. So we will now next move to our next speaker on Zoom, who is none other than the initiator or the organizer or the inspiration behind all Kirtan Melas all over the world. Let us invite Sachinandan Swami Maharaj on Zoom. He has been patiently waiting to speak to all of us. But because we had so many speakers, an award ceremony, we couldn't hear him. Now, over to Sachinandan Swami on Zoom. Please give him big hands. Sachinandan Swami Maharaj on Zoom. He has been patiently waiting to speak to all of us. But because we had so many speakers, an award ceremony, we couldn't hear him. Now, over to Sachinandan Swami on Zoom.
Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Please accept my most humble obeisances. Okay, am I with you now? Good. Please accept my most humble obeisances, my dear God brothers, all those who attend this program in the hall. And most of all, thank also our beloved Srila Prabhupada for bringing us together in this wonderful project. His Holiness Shivaram Maharaj very convincingly shared with us how this one project will unify our movement. It will make our impact also be felt all over the world. And Devamrita Maharaj was explaining to us one thing which we all Prabhupada disciples, we know. He said, what Srila Prabhupada asked us to do made no material sense, yet it happened. There was definitely a Shakti working through Srila Prabhupada and direct empowerment by Lord Nityananda and Krishna that was just amazing. And it is this Shakti, this transcendental energy which is still working and which all those can experience who connect with Srila Prabhupada's order and fulfill it. In the brief time which I will be able to address you, I would like to speak about Srila Prabhupada's words about the temple of Vedic Planetarium. I would also like to describe how Srila Prabhupada dealt with difficulties and obstacles on the way. And then I would like to give you a little excerpt from a lecture by Srila Prabhupada, which will make clear from where this tremendous spiritual Shakti comes. As you can see, I'm addressing you from a very cold country. It is very cold. We have to dress like anything to be warm. And yes, I'm so happy to now say something which will hopefully be useful for all of you. It was in the summer of 1977 in Vrindavan where Srila Prabhupada was very much concerned with the temple of Vedic Planetarium. He must have felt that he would have only a few more months on this planet with us. And he had a discussion with Ramakrishna Maharaj, where he said that it was very difficult for him to present the concept from the fifth canto and of the universe, of a theocentric universe where Krishna is in the center, not axiomatic laws of nature or laws of nature, let us say it like this. So Prabhupada said to just present this, he said it was extremely difficult. When I wrote this, I thought it will not be possible for me unless someone helps me. Then how did you write it? Ramakrishna Maharaj asked. And Srila Prabhupada replied, Krishna helped me. I don't know, he started to laugh. That somebody, that Krishna helped. So the devotees inevitably asked, but how will we explain this to the scientists? That it is Krishna, not the Big Bang, who is behind, who is the origin, but who remains with his divine arrangement, his inconceivable arrangement and design of the universe, who remains at the center. And Prabhupada replied, we don't require to satisfy the scientists. We have to describe according to Shastra. If they can understand it, then they'll understand it. And so on. So obviously, we as the servants of Srila Prabhupada have the difficult task to remain faithful to the Shastras, but to find words and concepts that will make this amazing worldview, this Krishna-centered worldview, understandable for the scientists. And those who know behind the scenes what is going on know that this is a hard work, but the devotees are very nicely doing it. And they are very successful. There are now diagrams and a lot of work which can make Prabhupada's understanding, can at least do its best to make it comprehensible to the mind of the modern man, which works on a very low frequency when it comes to spiritual and spiritually informed subjects. Good. I would like to get on. During this time, Prabhupada received a very disturbing phone call from Gopal Krishna Maharaj. The Mayapur temple had been attacked not only once but twice by Gundas. Prabhupada saw behind these attacks a conspiracy, and he was very upset during this time. He sensed a conspiracy to drive the devotees out and away from Mayapur. There were many details which I don't wish to say. I wish to say how Prabhupada reacted to this, because it will give us an understanding how to deal with all kinds of obstacles and how to be successful. When Prabhupada spoke in Mayapur about the Mayapur devotees who had really sacrificed so much to make this project work, he became choked with emotion. He teared up and he began to cry. Krishna will give them protection, he said. Then he said something so endearing, our Mayapur man. He mentioned how Haridas Thakur had also been put into jail and beaten, and how Prahlad Maharaj had been tortured, and Lord Nrsimha had appeared. Then he said, don't be worried. He was crying and he was speaking as if all the Mayapur devotees were sitting right in front of him. Don't be worried. Krishna will protect you. We are doing our best so far as our intelligence goes. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted that in every nook and corner of the world, the movement should be pushed. And in this way, he was crying for the devotees, but he also said, eventually you will be victorious, and this conspiracy won't touch you. And only a few days later, after this very emotional response of Srila Prabhupada, the local Hindus of Mayapur became outraged. Despite all the wrong propaganda in the media, they could see what was really going on. And they mobilized themselves, they mobilized mass petitions, and the devotees were reinstated. The devotees had been even brought into jail, but somehow Prabhupada's intense, let us say, desire created or turned everything around, and we became even more glorious as a movement who tries to spread Krishna's movement. Let me now finish with what most of us, my generation, remember most of Srila Mayapur during Prabhupada's time. We would, of course, follow Prabhupada's invitation to attend the Mayapur festival. Prabhupada had been very insistent on that we would all come in Mayapur and together, and we would chant the holy name, and we would talk. The GBC would convene together and make plans. He felt it should be done from Mayapur because that's really the place, like our Shiva Maharaj has so nicely presented, where our movement will be unified. It's a unifying place, really, due to many reasons, most of all spiritual reasons. It's here where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. Here's the place from where the Yuga Dharma will spread all over the world, etc. You know all this much better already. So we remember him lecturing in Mayapur. We sat there. For instance, he fell in ecstasy when he chanted Jai Radha Madhava, and he became silent, and there was tears running down his face, and we were young and inexperienced, and we didn't know what to do, so we asked him later, what should we do when you get into ecstasy? We were just sitting there for what seemed to be an eternity for us, and looked at him being there and trying to control his ecstasies, but being clearly in a very heightened state of spiritual consciousness. Prabhupada said, when this happens, just chant Hare Krishna. So So yes, so there is one lecture which I would like to end with, which he gave in February 1977, which in my mind and the mind of many of my seniors tell very much one part of Prabhupada's mission, maybe the most important part even. So he starts out. So as Nrsingadev touched the head of Prahlad Maharaj, immediately you, he looked around, can have the same facility. What is that facility? How? Nrsingadev is not here, Krishna is not here. No, he is here. What is that? Nama Rupa Kali Kale Krishna Avatar. Krishna is present by his name, Krishna. Don't think this Hare Krishna, this name is different from Krishna. Absolute. And he continues and ends, then he ends his lectures. So stick to the holy name of Krishna. You'll get the same benefit as Prahlad Maharaj got by the direct touch of the lotus hand of Nrsingadev. There's no difference. All we think like that as soon as you are chanting Hare Krishna, you must know that you are touching Krishna with your tongue. Then you get the same benefit as Prahlad Maharaj. Wow, that's a statement by a very, very dearmost devotee of Krishna, who has so much faith in the holy name. We are building the temple of Vedic Planetarium, and from the pictures which I have here on my computer screen, I mean, when the screen, or when you are all visible here on the computer screen all over the world, judging from these pictures, whoa, it looks really, really close to ending it. I would like to join the previous speakers and request all of us to make a last marathon. Then the runners make a last effort, which will bring them through the finishing line. But I also wish to make another point here. My dear devotees, exalted God brothers, friends, and also the many skeptics who look at this program, let us prepare ourselves to put something into the Temple of Vedic Planetarium that will spread its influence all over the world and give auspiciousness to this world which is sinking every day, apparently a little bit more into darkness. Let us become qualified chanters of the holy name, and let us then know that for the benefit of the world we should gather together in Mayapur in large masses and participate in the Yuga Dharma of chanting the holy name, all together unified in great kirtan assemblies. Not only during the Gopunim time, but I hear chanting is already going on so very nicely, and many of my most exalted God brothers are participating. Let us know this is, Mayapur should become the kirtan capital of the world, and for that, and so in other words, we're not just looking at finishing a temple, which is, but we are thinking of entering a tremendous, using this temple to attract the attention of the world to Mayapur and to the holy name. I thank you very much. I feel very insignificant, and only because I'm used to address devotees, I have some energy to do it, but you are all very great souls, and everyone who participates in this, in whatever way they do, you are all very dear to Srila Prabhupada. This is very encouraging, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the program. I will also remain tuned in as much as possible. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Mayapur ki jai. Gaura Premanandi. Hari Hari Bo.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Satyanandan Maharaj. Our next speaker is patiently waiting. We have another 8 more coins. After this, after Maharaj speaks, then we will have the coin distribution. We will ask Jayapataka Swami Maharaj to give the coins, but our next speaker today, who's been waiting patiently, a great supporter. We traveled all over Maharashtra. He told all temples that everybody should do minimum 1 crore. It should not come down. They all kept his words. Every temple in Maharashtra. A great support is none other than His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj Ki.
Om Ajnanantimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunimlitamena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Today is what the Paschatya Desha Tarine is the theme, so I must offer my pranam mantra unto Srila Prabhupada. We could all offer this pranam mantra unto Srila Prabhupada. Let's all say this. That includes Paschatya Desha Tarine. Say everybody. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Ajanulambita Bhujau Kanakavadato Sankirtanaikapitaro Kamalayataksho Vishwambharo Dvijabharo Yugadharma Palo Vande Jagat Priyakaro Karunavataro Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki. Gauranga Nityananda ki. Gauranga, Maharaj is reminding Gauranga, 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 Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga. Gaurangera Nitya Seva Haibe Vikas. This was prediction of Nityanand Prabhu. Prediction or his will as Nityanand, excuse me, as Nityanand Prabhu took Jiva Goswami on parikrama. He even say, "Ye ekhane." I don't know, maybe that was this exact location. Ek mandir, ek adbhut mandir. Yay, what is that? Haibe Prakash, yes. There will be one temple. And he described that Adbhut Mandir, astounding temple will be built from where the glories of Gauranga will be broadcasted all over the world. So that temple is none other than this one. That is this temple, which Srila Prabhupada envisioned. And 50 years ago, he did the inauguration. He did the groundbreaking ceremony of this temple. So 50 years ago, as Prabhupada had arrived here to hold a celebration, first ever Gaur Purnima festival, I think by that time, Srila Prabhupada had very successfully made Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prediction come true. Well, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came. You could see two Prabhupads here. This scene is 100 years old and is ever new, never becomes old. Now that place is with us, Ultadanga Junction Road. Just recently we managed to get and develop, and you know all about that. So instruction was given there. There also, Paschatya Desha Tharine, Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur used the term, or in the Western country, Western world, you spread Krishna consciousness, Bhagavad Dharma in English language. And with that, well, Srila Prabhupada also made Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prediction come true, and that was, my name will reach every town, every village, all over the planet, all over the world. So 50 years ago when Prabhupada was here, Gauranga Mahaprabhu's prediction had already become true, or Srila Prabhupada executed the will of Gauranga by that time. But what about Nityanand Prabhu's will and his prediction about the temple, the Adbhut Mandir, astounding temple that he talked about? So 50 years ago, inauguration, groundbreaking happened. And Prabhupada had a big vision. 350 feet tall. I just checked with Braja Vilas and he said, what is the height? And he said 350 feet. That was Prabhupada's vision. Prabhupada also was talking about, and he was working on getting 350 acres of land. How much we have? We doubled it. We have 700 acres of land. Prabhupada also was talking about city of Golden Avatar with 50,000 residents. I think we have maybe 5,000 or so by now, and more to come. So not just the temple. Once we have completed this TOVP project, we have more things to go. We have to work on whole city of Golden Avatar. Before we do that, we have this remaining task. This is time, already the appreciations are happening. So many devotees have, beginning with Ambarish, Prabhu Ki, and Swaha Mataji Ki. And list is very, very big. You all have, we all have, I also did something. So for all those sacrifices, I would like to, on behalf of Radha Madhava, Gaur Nityananda, Pancha Tattva, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank all those devotees for whatever you have done. Pranair arthai dhiya vacha. These are the 4 ways you serve, or sacrifices are of 4 kinds. Anyway, I will not discuss the whole thing. Prana, give your life air, give prana. Then the arthai, the economic development. Money talks, and everything walks. As they say. Money talks, everything walks. Money is sweeter than honey. Lakshmi is required for service of Narayan. So pranay arthai dhiya, some give their ideas. They have fertile brains and they come up with ideas. And then others, vacha, they talk it up. They spread the word around. Or the intelligent ideas they share with others. So this way I think we all have participated thus far. Only a little more to go. And we'll be done. So Nityananda Prabhu has to be pleased now. He is Adi Guru. And then Srila Prabhupada representing Adi Guru, Nityananda Prabhu. He started this TOVP work, groundbreaking 50 years ago. It has taken a little extra time. We don't have to get into the details of reasons for the delay. It's a monumental task also, so it takes time. So now, I had been saying this past few days, that 2 years from now, when we want to come to do the grand opening of TOVP. This is not just another temple. We have local temples, maybe state temple. This is Maharashtra, temple in Maharashtra, temple in Karnataka, temple in Uttar Pradesh. And Ujjain we have in Madhya Pradesh. Some temples are like of a national importance, but this one is a global one, the universal one. As the holy name reaches every town, every village, I keep saying this, from Nam to Dham, from Nam to Dham, as living entities globally receive the Nam, they begin chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And that Nam brings them to Dham. Which Dham do they are brought to? Mayapur Dham ki jai. So, I don't like to say this, but Mecca, this is our Mecca. This is the temple for every single devotee around the world. And every Gaudiya Vaishnava would be coming, and we are talking of next 10,000 years. For next 1,000 years, all over the planet, in every town, every village, as holy name reaches them, they would be wanting to come to Mayapur Dham and come to this temple, this Tivavippi temple, to take darshan of Sri Sri Panchatattva, Radha Madhava Ashtasakhi, Prahlad Narasimhadev, I think is going to be this way somewhere, and Parampara. So this is a very unique temple. And it is Adbhut Mandir in that sense also. This astounding temple. So, and maybe we get the credit for building and completing this temple. All future generations will thank you for building this temple. Prabhupada always, Bombay is my office, Mayapur is my place of pilgrimage, Vrindavan is my home. So this is a place of pilgrimage of Srila Prabhupada and all the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. So we have this opportunity to complete the project, the temple, and dedicate that unto all the future Gaudiya Vaishnava generations to come. So let us all get behind this one. This task is common for all of us. So we beg everyone's participation, cooperation. Well, that reminds me, if you love me, Prabhupada said, if you love me, Prabhupada would like to see that we cooperate with each other, or we cooperate with the authorities, some of our leaders who are responsible for completion of this project. We should extend all our cooperation in every possible ways, and by doing so, we will be exhibiting, expressing our love for Srila Prabhupada. You all love Prabhupada? Anyone here does not love Prabhupada? So, I love you, Prabhupada. That's nice to hear. But Prabhupada wanted to see that, translated that into action. Show your love for Prabhupada. Don't just say, I love you, Prabhupada. That also must be said. We do say. But time to translate that into action, our love for Prabhupada. And that will be seen now. Next 2 years, we would like to see your love for Prabhupada, especially in relationship with this project. This is Srila Prabhupada's dream project. And it is our duty to complete this project and offer this unto Guru and Gauranga, Guru Srila Prabhupada, Adi Guru Nityanand Prabhu, and Gauranga, Nityananda, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Maharaj. There are many devotees who have sponsored. And they wanted to get the medallion from His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. So we will call all of them on stage. After then, finally, Jayapataka Maharaj would conclude the session, today's morning session. So we have, first I see Murari Hari Prabhu. So he can come on stage, get his medallion for a great valuable service to Sridham Mayapur. Give him a big hands. We have Paripurnananda Devi Dasi. Mataji, she is doing a gold medallion for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and her Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. We call her on stage. She has done a very valuable service. She was a flight air hostess. She helped Maharaj in his travels. Her husband is Bhagavatamrita Prabhu. We gave him a medallion yesterday, but she said, I would donate and get a medallion. I would not get a medallion just like that. Please give her a big hands. Mukunda Mala Devi Dasi Mataji and her husband Sankarshan Das Prabhuji, they are both doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Please give them a big hands. Separately they are doing. They are my good friend's parents, Vishnunam Prabhu's parents. Please give them a big hands. Naveen Kishore Sahu. He is doing a gold medallion for $5,000, 3.5 lakhs. Please give him big hands. And all those who are watching online, you also please visit our website www.tovp.org and you can donate there. We will send you the medallion. The next gold medallion is Hemakanti Radhika Devi Dasi. Jaya Madhava Das will receive the medallion, gold medallion from His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj for their golden medallion pledge. Then ISKCON Arupukotai. Those devotees are doing a golden medallion for $5,000. Please give them a big hands. Patidata Pavan Nitai Gauradas Prabhuji. He is doing, there are two texts. Okay, he is doing a gold medallion for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj to build this temple. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Vishnupada Kamal Das Prabhuji, he is doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Please give them a big hands. Radhika Gopi Devi Dasi Mataji, she is doing from Vrindavan Dham. She is doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Seva Parayana Daruka Prabhu, he is doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Vijay Jambavati Mataji will receive that medallion. You are all not clapping. It takes so much courage to put your ink here, and these devotees have done it. Let us encourage with both of our hands and clap very nicely for those who have taken a pen and sacrificed their lives to write this and get a medallion. Premanandini Devi Dasi, Mataji, please come on stage. He is doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Then we will call upon a few devotees from tourism, Sankirtan Das Prabhuji, Vikas Haldar, Shama Gopika Devidasi, Ramananda Gaur Prabhu, Tulsi Govind Prabhu, Dam Gopal Prabhu from Goshala. Then we have, what is that? Shabda Brahma Harinam Das Prabhuji, Ananta Acharya Das Prabhuji, Bamshi Gopinath Das Prabhuji, Udar Gaur Sundara Das Prabhuji, Achyutananda Gaur Das Prabhuji, Atul Krishna Prabhu, Ramai Pandit Prabhu, Janapriya Prabhu, I read it. So please give all of these devotees a big hand for their great service to establish Srila Mayapur as the international headquarters. Radha Duti Prabhu, Sumadur Prabhu. We have another medallion here. Kalpa Rupini Dasi. She is doing a silver medallion for 2 lakhs. Please give them big hands. Call him. Bhakti Prem Maharaj. He has served Mayapur for a long time. We will also like to honor him with a medallion, with a gold medallion for a golden devotee, Bhakti Prem Maharaj. Please give them a big hand. And Radhapati Gopinath Prabhu also, we would like to honor him. Oh, Bhadracharu Prabhu. Bhadracharu Prabhu in great service to Srila Mayapur. We will invite Bhadracharu Prabhu, also honor him for his service to Srila Mayapur. Arindam Pandey and Pinaki Goswami from Treasury. We would like to invite Partha Saha, security devotee who has done a valuable service. All those devotees who have done a great and valuable service to Srila Mayapur, we are honoring them today. Abhijit Ghosh, Ardhan Ghosh, Mukundananda Das Prabhuji, Subal Sudama, Ramya Gaur Das Prabhuji, Subha Vijay Prabhu, Radhika Gopi Devi Dasi Mataji. She is doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Please give her a big hand. We appreciate everybody who has done a valuable service to Srila Mayapur. Radha Duti Prabhu, Maharaj, Bhakti Prem Maharaj, our very close and dear friend. We remember His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj also. He was supposed to travel with us in America to raise funds and to build this temple by 2022, but unfortunately, he left us. So we remember His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj also. But another great personality we wanted to remember, but I am going to speak before the Abhishek, without which Mayapur is not complete. A great personality, a twin brother. I wanted to speak before the Abhishek. He gave his life to Sridhar Mayapur. Prem Avatar Gauranga Prabhu. No, please come this side. Come. You also come and receive a medallion for a great service for the temple of Vedic Planetarium. So this great personality without which Mayapur is incomplete. Twin brother who served Shri Radha Madhava from the Bhajan Kutir days with His Grace Jananivas Prabhu. When he was suffering from COVID, he said, whatever happens, you bring me back to Mayapur. I'm not going to speak right now. This great personality, I'm going to speak before the Abhishek starts. That is the perfect way to remember this devotee. In his honor, today, this 50th anniversary Abhishek celebration will be dedicated to this personality, His Grace Pankajangri Prabhu Ki! Pankajangri Prabhu. I'm going to speak about Pankajangri Prabhu before the Abhishek. It's a big loss for us, for the whole society, especially for Sridhar Mayapur. So today, in his honor, Shri Radha Madhava would be bathed. We'll remember him for his great sacrifice to Sridhar Mayapur, to Srila Prabhupada and Shri Radha Madhava. That time I will speak with Jananivas Prabhu together. Without Jananivas Prabhu, I cannot speak about him. He will speak with me today. So please, you all come by 4 p.m. and let the 50th anniversary celebration begin. The Abhishek. I wanted to tell these devotees, Prem Avatar Prabhu, Radha Vallabh Prabhu, Shavanananda Prabhu, who has done. Without them, this temple is not possible. Prem Avatar Prabhu is always at the back stage. He doesn't come in the front. He's a unsung hero. We are singing his name today. Give him a big hands. Radha Vallabh Prabhu, a designer, and Shavanananda Prabhu does the negotiations so that this temple can be built and offered it to Srila Prabhupada. A great valuable service, all these three devotees. So we would like to call now, after these medals, we want to hear from His Holiness Jayapatak Swami Maharaj. With great difficulty, he had come here. He was telling me that his feet is paining. But in spite of the great difficulty, he has distributed all these medallions to all these devotees here. We wanted to hear from him. And let's not wait. Let's end this session with the message from His Holiness Jayapatak Swami Maharaj. So let us hear from Maharaj. Our Ashray, Prabhu's uncle, he has pledged from America, and Ashray Prabhu, from Bangladesh. Okay, right soon. So Maharaj. Medal. Get him the medal. Saral Chaitanya Prabhu, $5,000 from Bangladesh. Please give him a big hands. Yeah, go and receive. In Mayapur, everybody is a gold medallion. There is no question of silver, copper, or bronze, or anything. Because this is the birthplace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is a golden avatar. We only deal with gold. Everybody is golden. All your hearts are golden. For all your golden heart, for your valuable service, we appreciate you, glorify you with the golden medal. So now over to Maharaj to end this session. Concluding words from a great saint, His Holiness Jai Patak Swami Maharaj Ki! Oh, this mic, not this mic, the other mic. Hey, get the mic. Get the mic, where is the mic? Can we get the mic? भैया जल्दी भेजो बैंक को. You have one? Okay. Translation.
Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Iti Namine
Namaste Saraswati Deve
Gauravani Pracharine
Nirvishesha
Pasyatya Deshatarine Pangum Langayate Girim Sri Guru Dinatarinam Sri Chaitanya Ishwaram
Hari Sat Sat. Have you heard of Shri Maharaj, Maharaj?
You heard from Shivaram Maharaj, Loknath Maharaj, Devamrita Maharaj,
and Sachinandan Swami,
Sachinandan Maharaj,
and many others.
And many others.
To understand how Prabhupada had the order from Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur.
To understand how Srila Prabhupada got the order from Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur.
Of course, I wasn't present there.
Of course, I wasn't present then.
And but I was here in Mayapur.
I was here in Mayapur.
In 2000, in 1972.
In 1972.
And I saw that Srila Prabhupada, he was very much committed to building the temple of Vedic Planetarium.
I saw that Srila Prabhupada, he was very much committed to building the temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
He asked different devotees to give their models.
He asked different devotees to give their models
for TOVP.
For the TOVP.
And Sugi Maharaj and many others gave the ideas.
Surabhi Maharaj and many others, they gave their ideas.
Prabhupada, wherever he would travel around the world, he would look at architecture and say what he wanted.
Prabhupada, wherever he would travel around the world, he would look at the architecture and say what he wanted.
So he said something praising particular architecture in America.
He said something about a particular architecture that he liked in America.
And so, His Grace, Amrish Prabhu took that and had a temple of Vedic Planetarium designed accordingly.
So His Grace Ambarish Prabhu, he took that and he had the temple of the Vedic Planetarium designed accordingly.
And Lord Nityananda, in talking to the Sridhar Thakur and Jiro Swami, he had a vision that there would be a temple.
Lord Nityananda, while he was talking to Jiva Goswami, he had a vision that there would be a temple.
He said, Ek Adbhut Mandir Haibe Prakash.
He said, Ek Adbhut Mandir Hoibe Prakash.
Gauranga Nitya Seva Haibe Vikas.
Gauranga Nitya Seva Hoibe Vikas.
There will be a temple which will be amazing, beautiful, extraordinary.
Which means there would be a temple that would be amazing, beautiful, extraordinary.
And through that temple, the message and personality of Lord Chaitanya would be expanded all over the world.
And from which the message and the personality of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would be expanded all over the world.
They put up some small murtis of Panchatattva, Radha Madhava.
They have put up some small murtis of Panchatattva, Radha Madhava and Ashtasakhis. And the Guru Parampara.
So, you get a little bit of a feeling of the temple of Vedic Planetarium.
To give a little bit of the feeling of the temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
So, just I wanted to say how Prabhupada, at the time, right from the very beginning, he was talking about this temple of Vedic Planetarium.
To summarize, Srila Prabhupada, from the very beginning, he was always talking about this temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
And we're very grateful that it was started by Ambarish Prabhu and Brajavilas.
And we are very grateful that it was started by Ambarish Prabhu and Brajavilas.
So now, I'd like to thank them, but they don't want a gold medal.
So now we would like to thank them, but they don't want a gold medal.
They want to finish the temple.
They want to finish the temple.
And that's the gold medal for them.
That is the goal that is ahead of them.
So, we can think, as Lokanath Maharaj said, how we can work together to finish this temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
So we can all think, as Lokanath Maharaj said, how we can all work together to finish this temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
On the west side,
on the west side,
we're having the exhibition of the Vedic cosmology.
On the west side, we are having an exhibition of Vedic cosmology.
And the idea is that this temple is more than a temple, but actually it's a museum of the Vedic Planetarium.
The idea is that this temple is more than a temple, it is a museum of the Vedic Planetarium.
And so we'd like to see that people who visit are actually changed.
So we would like to see that people who visit, they are actually changed.
And Radha Maharaj had said 50,000 visitors.
Loknath Maharaj had said 50,000 visitors.
See, Prabhupada was saying 50,000 residents.
Prabhupada was saying 50,000 residents.
And right now we have about 7,500.
Right now we have about 7,500.
As Rajavilas has revealed, we get about 6 million visitors.
And in a year we get about 6 million visitors.
And Rajavilas was predicting when the temple is open, that should multiply to 60 million.
Brajvilas is thinking that when the temple opens, that should multiply to 60 million.
So, we've heard from the various Maharajas and people how we should work together.
So we have heard from the various Maharajas and other people how we should work together.
How Prabhupada was doing the impossible.
How Prabhupada was reminding us of this constantly.
How Prabhupada was doing the impossible.
And how Prabhupada was doing the impossible.
He went all over the world, spread Krishna consciousness.
He went all over the world and spread Krishna consciousness.
And Vrindavan and the other Babaji's and sadhus, they said that Lord Chaitanya, when he said that Pratidhyache Jatanagaradhigam Savatra Vichara, why are they going now?
In Vrindavan, the Babajis and others, they said, when Lord Chaitanya said, Prithivite yache yatanagaradikram sarvatra prachara hoibe moranam.
He meant civilized world.
He meant civilized people.
Civilized world like India.
He meant India.
Nepal, I don't know.
He maybe Nepal.
But Prabhupada said, no. Pratidhite means the whole world.
He said, no, Prithivite means the whole world.
Russia,
Europe,
Africa,
South America, North America, Asia, Australasia, everywhere.
And Prabhupada did that.
And Prabhupada did that.
At first, he was just preaching in the West.
So he was the first to preach in the West.
No, at first, he was just preaching in the West.
At first, he was just preaching in the West.
But he wanted to make a temple in Vrindavan and Mayapur for the devotees to visit.
But he wanted to make a temple in Vrindavan and Mayapur so that devotees could visit.
But then the deities in Los Angeles talked to him.
Then the
He should preach also in India.
Then the deities in Los Angeles, they talked to him, they told him that he should also preach in India.
So now we have book distribution and various projects all over the world.
Now we have book distribution and various projects all over the world.
But we need to finish the temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
But we need to finish the temple of the Vedic Planetarium.
I heard from Devarita Swami that it may be like illogical or impossible.
We heard from Devamrita Swami how it may sound illogical or impossible.
But Prabhupada said that
But Prabhupada said it.
impossible is a word in a fool's dictionary.
Impossible is a word in a fool's dictionary.
So now you can see how the temple is coming up.
So now we can all see how the temple is coming up.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Do whatever you can.
Please do whatever you can.
And remember that Prabhupada desired this.
And remember that Prabhupada desired this.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Maharaj. There are few devotees who have to get a golden coin. Maharaj has to leave now, but I would like to invite His Grace Jananivas Prabhu to hand over the coins to these few devotees who have done a great service to Sridham Mayapur. So please wait here, just 2 minutes, it will be over. Jananivas Prabhu, please come on stage. Srivas Pran Prabhu. Please, Jananivas Prabhu and Maharaj can give on the way also. Srivas Pran Prabhu. Sudev Das Prabhu. Ishan Krishna Prabhu. Prabir Krishna Prabhu. Shyam Sundar Prabhu. Subarna Hari Prabhu. Amritatma Prabhu. Sundar Madhav Prabhu. Prananath Prabhu. Gaur Kripa Prabhu. Joy Nimai Prabhu. Veer Bhadra Nitai Das Prabhuji. Srivas Pran. Nitai Niranjan Prabhu. Shankar Pandit Prabhu. Sundar Nitai Das Prabhuji. And we have Ati Ashraya Jashoda Devi Dasi. She is doing a bronze medallion for 1.5 lakhs. Please give her a big hands. So thank you all very much. We conclude this session. All those devotees who came forward, whose names has been announced, can get the medallion from Jananivas Prabhu. All Maharaj servant, Mahabharata Prabhu and others will come in the evening and get their medallion. Okay? So thank you all very much for participating. Very, very grateful to you. We will meet in the afternoon at 4 p.m. Till then, chant Hare Krishna. We'll see you back. Hare Krishna.